Info posted. It is time. Why does my microphone seem weird? I don't know. Chianti. Things to do. I think we do the gold first, and then we do the green. I might also apply some shader in some spots. Because Druchii Purple in this type of situation actually provides a really good amount of sort of like visual clarity. What's up, Spruget? I just noticed my my one buddy paid me for the work I did for him through my tip system. I pulled up all the assets today. I remember hearing something yesterday, so I don't know if he tipped me while I was streaming. He might have. You missed me. Weird. What's up, Shammy? Oh, thanks, JB. Hopefully I can get some more out soon. I've been kind of trapped in a loop recently because the house I'm in right now is being sold and I'm being moved over here, which means about like 2 months ago, I had to bring all of my stuff over here. The assumption was that I would be here now, right? Like, I'd be completely moved out in this spot, but that's just not the case. Like, I've been needed in that other house to like maintain it while it's being sold, so all of my stuff to record and everything is here, where I've been working on projects, because I need to keep up with the projects too, so that I can play games, which, you know, that's the whole point of this. So, like, I haven't been able to record anything. I've been writing down a ton of notes for the AOS rules so I can do some videos for that. But, like, I need to be here to record that, because I need to clear this table off and set up all my cameras and lighting. And just work that way, but, oh, it's been rough. I'm hoping to get back into it soon, because there's a lot of cool stuff to go over. Ooh, what teams you picking? I mean, we've been working on this, Shammy. This and moving over here. We're almost done. My Disciples of Tzeentch Demon, like, detachment side of things, because we already have the Lords of Change. I don't think Disciples of Tzeentch are great in terms of, like, a faction to play in AOS, but I'm going to make them work, because I think, locally speaking, we're going to have a bit of activity with AOS. And worst case scenario, I'll have a bunch of units to pick as allies for my flavorful Disciples of Tzeentch lists. Because I actually think Kairos is a cool idea. His Vector is actually really good now, because you can just deep strike him within 9 inches of people. And then you just have this 12-inch Vector just in that area being like, haha, you can't use command points unless you want to, you know, add an extra. Like, if my opponent has 1 command point, I'm going to deep strike it next to his flamethrower unit. He'll be like, I'm going to flamethrower. I'll be like, no, you ain't. 2 command points, bro. Jeez, everyone popping. What's up, Michelle? Michael? Yeah, Michael. Michael Mullins. My ability to read. My name dyslexia. Doing alright. I pulled up the OBS today to get ready to stream, and I saw that the donation bar had moved quite a bit. And I was like, what the hell? When did this happen? This happened off stream? Someone donating to my VODs? Like, what? I made a cover illustration for one of my buddy's books. And we never talked about pricing. So I guess he was just like, screw it, I'll drop him a tip. Even though I am readily available for conversation on like most socials with these people, they still, rather than get in contact with me, are just like, screw it. I'll solve it. Blades of Keen. Does she have all the models for it? The Banshees, as well as the Dire Avengers and Scorps? Because that Blades of Keen is a rough one to collect for. You actually do need, if you want to feel like you're putting your best foot forward with that team, you need everything. Scorpions are cool on their own against like low health horde armies. That's fine. But the moment you go into anything like big or obnoxious, you're going to want Banshees. And you're going to want like cover fire against ranged heavy armies. It's brutal if you don't have all this stuff for Blades of Keen, in my opinion. Well, they blessed Games Workshop with gold and silver, because that's going towards the Imperial, the Emperor's Children, when they drop. 100%. Dude, I need them. I need them in my life. I have all the conversion material ready. The only thing I need to do is figure out LEDs, how to install LEDs on certain things. I'm going to try to do a test, actually, for LEDs. Because I think one of the main elements of the Emperor's Children I want to do, beyond them having Glamrock punk heads, is that their leaders, I think I'm going to get blacklight LEDs and put them in their bases. That way, I'm going to be doing the fluorescent painting on them. And I'm going to have the ability to just like show up and then put batteries in the bases for those models and have them light up with blacklight LED to react with the paint. Don't play games that way. That's good. That's good. As long as you got the extra stuff, because the initial box did only come with Striking Scorpions. You 100% want Dire Avengers and Howling Banshees as options. I think that team is good. I think they're underrepresented when it comes to top 10s and stuff, because I think they're really hard to master. You have to like know the right combinations to take. And because of how some of their interactions work, you have to like know sequences to activate in too. It's really crazy. Like, they're still good. It's just, oh my god, the work you have to put in. Might take a minute. Hearthkin Salvagers. You said you went Salvagers? What was that? Rolling back, rolling back. Blades of Cain, Hearthkin. I like Salvagers. Salvagers are tough. They're good, but like, I don't know. Their ranged nature makes it hard to score. You have to put a lot of your emphasis on your mobile units to try to score for you, which, I mean, if somebody targets your jetpack trooper and kills it, it's going to be a little bit rough. But I like the Salvagers. I'm glad I picked them up. I'm not going to lie, had I held out when I first started getting into 40k, had I not just started like mass collecting Thousand Suns when Votann was announced, I probably would have went Votann. Oh no, I get, yeah, the guy selling is probably trying to get you to buy stuff. Hopefully he gave you the right info and not just like, well, I mean, you might also like random Eldar stuff. It's like, we're trying to stay on task. No, yeah. I've been recording a ton of like any of the hobbying videos that where I'm like, oh, I kind of want to try something here. I record them. This records. I can push a button and it just records what we're doing to like a raw file, which is nice. It's nice. Doesn't have any of like the stuff down here. Doesn't have this guy. It's just raw file. So like I just have this huge folder now on my 2 terabyte drive that I have of just hobbying stuff that I can turn into videos. And if we're doing LEDs, we're doing a video for LEDs because LEDs are cool. They're also a little bit difficult, but I have a video saved in my my watch folder where a guy actually breaks down everything, like all the elements that you're going to need to understand with, you know, the wiring, how to set up the battery, all that stuff. And he kind of nails it because batteries are magnetic, so you can sort of build like with these special thin magnets. You can actually prep the area to be able to hold the magnet while also being magnetized. So when you're traveling, when the battery's out of it, you can just, you know, use your magnetic casing and you're fine. Which is really cool because I didn't expect that. But yeah, we got the Spearhead tournament tomorrow. These guys are not needed for it. These guys are just general purpose. Just dry brushing some gold over top of the areas we prepped yesterday. Might need to do a little bit more with flats because this book has eyes all over it and we can do those as green. I mean, did you check Warhammer community? Slaughter of Hellcrown. When they release major things in Games Workshop, they usually make it so that the armies that are released, like with 40k, they did the 10th launch with Tyranids and Space Marines, and they gave everyone who bought the initial set codes so that they could go to the website, type in the QR code, and then type in the score, which this is a dumb idea. I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, you can buy, like, the starter set and then just lie and be like, yeah, my Skaven won. Haha. So it's onto the community to take the time to go to the website to fill out the form with, you know, who won, how much, all that stuff. Because they want you to run through, like, a basic campaign with the models in the boxes. This happened with the Tyranids as well, with the Space Marines, because there were more Tyranids fans, like, buying into it. So that whole release with 10th edition just turned into Tyranids fans being like, yeah, I won. So what's going to happen is they're claiming that the story for the, like, overall world is actually going to be written based on the results. So since the rats are winning this fight, whatever happens in the city where the fight's taking place near is going to just happen story-wise, and it's going to become canonical lore. Going forward. Now normally, at least from the 40k perspective, what this also means is when it comes to releasing rules, the Skaven are going to get their rules first, like their codex or whatever it's called for AOS. Oh, where did I put the Garagax sewer? Oh no. That's Leviathan, right? So yeah. I mean, the website's like, the fight's not over yet, but it's 37% Stormcast, 62% frickin' Skaven. It's over. It's over. Unless there's a metric ton of Stormcast fans out there who haven't put that stuff in. Yeah, they've done it a few times. They'll run events where they'll be like, hey, whatever happens, happens, you know. To the victor goes the spoils kind of situation. Like the Third War for Armageddon, that was an event from way back in the day. But I think they're doing a little bit more with it because they do kind of want the fans of the game to feel like their interactions are actually affecting the universe. Because that's kind of cool. But I think the result of which is literally just people being like, yeah, I won. Meanwhile, they're still painting their army. They have zero plans on playing anytime soon. Because it used to be that you had to actually go to an event to get this to happen. You had to, like, go to a tournament. You had to go to a major, just, like, gathering or something. And then the actual results of that event was what altered what was happening. But they decided to switch over to home stuff because of, like, COVID and everything. And then they never switched back. So that's where we're at right now. So yeah, they have a giant city map, which is now all green because the Skaven are winning. it's fun, but it's abusable. Which fun and abusable are two things that humans love. It's like when animal rescue websites go like, hey, we rescued a whale, what do we want to name it? And the entire internet votes for Mr. Splashy Pants as the name. Or what was it? There was a bridge in a Eastern European country that they were trying to name, and Stephen Colbert got like an entire team of online trolls to basically just over inundate the votes with the Stephen Colbert Bridge. They might, but I do think they want it to be generally fun for everyone that buys in. Because, like, you can't always do it everywhere, and it's weird to be like, yeah, the results will alter the game, but then you have to, like, travel in order to put your efforts in for the results. So, yeah, it's weird. Not everyone has a store that, like, follows these things. Not everyone has kind of a front for that. Asking game stores to run events of this scale can be devastating to the store. I mean, the store gets the sales and they're all happy about it, but then they have to like have people working at the store for like 3 or 4 days to run the event, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a viable option going forward. Most mom and pop stores just want to sell you some stuff. Bodie McBoatface. I remember that one. Bodie McBoatface, and there was Splashy Pants. Now, at small scale, stuff like this works. Because when I tried to get you guys to vote on what color scheme my orcs would be, I had kind of hoped I had enough trolls that I would be painting human skin tone colored orcs. Because I thought that was hilarious. But a lot of you guys were like, well, it's a stealth team, so go purple. And it's like, Jesus, why do you gotta be wholesome? Why do you gotta be proper? You're ruining my troll. That's the crazy, dude. I don't know too many Warhammer stores that has more than one employee. That is wild to me. Like, that is an absolutely bonkers business model. Is to just be like, oh yeah, we just need one guy. No. I think you need more than one guy. He had COVID and he like fell behind on his workflow, like, because he had to paint a lot of stuff in preparation for the Spearhead campaign, and like he was just out. So now he's back in store and he's like trying to chug through, and there's so many people that came in to be like, yo, what can I paint for you to get you back on track? Like, how can I help you? There's one guy who like doesn't really need to work, like he's ostensibly retired. But when the store's like really needs that a little bit of assistance to stay open because he's out doing something or he's got something to do with his kids that he has to like deal with. Because, you know, parent. Like that guy will step in, but that guy can't do it like all the time. The level of taxing that doing a miniature tournament is the reason why my direct local store stopped doing 40K stuff. It's the actual reason why they stopped. The amount of effort you have to put in just to like maintain a tabletop strategy game community, the space you have to put in with the terrain and all that, they were like, no, we can't do this anymore. They bailed on it. Straight up. I'm trying to get them back into it with the idea that they don't have to like store anything. Because I think with something like Kill Team, it could be a little bit better. Because like I could just bring terrain for Kill Team. I want to be able to like go there for Spearhead and stuff too, because I've got Spearhead terrain. I'm about to do a tournament with Spearhead where I'm bringing a board. Like my board is going to be my board for the Spearhead campaign. There's at least a couple stores kind of near me. So I keep finding out randomly that my local area is a hotbed for certain communities. Like, there's actually within a good distance of me some of the biggest names, like not the biggest, but some of like the upper end names in like the Smash Brothers community. That kind of threw me for, I had no idea. Like I was just like, what? Why? This isn't a place I'd imagine that would be. Then I find out, like I just keep finding stuff out, like, oh yeah, some of the top players in this are from your area. It's like, that's weird. Why would that be the case? But like the number, I think he's number 10 in the world as like a Dark Eldar player right now. I think he's local. I've fought people who got like top 20 in LVO. Like, I don't know why they're out here. I just don't. And because of that, there's actually a few stores that are basically used as sort of like launch beds for that community. But those stores kind of suck for like new players. Like the way those people in those communities talk to new players is usually like from the approach of, ah, man, you're going to have a lot of catching up to do. There's no way you're going to be as good as us. It's like, dude, stop being a dick. Really? Don't you want new players? Like, this person could explode and show you guys, like, some crazy stuff you never expected. It's better to have a thriving community than, like, a very small amount of people playing that game, man. Because some of the people from the local store I usually go to, they've gone to like these other stores to look for things because, you know, when you have enough stores in an area, you can go get product from a bunch of places, which is cool. And he went over there and he decided for AOS he wants to play Ozark Bone Reapers. And they had a ton of Ozark Bone Reaper stuff, so he was like, oh, sweet. And just started buying things. And the people from that community were at that store playing some games against each other. And they saw him buying it, and they were like, dude, you should just buy all of it, because none of us are going to buy it ever. And it's like, what are you talking, dude? The guy who owns the store is right over there. Why are you making it seem like you're just abusing their kindness for letting you use this place as like a center point for playing games with friends? Like, why do you gotta be this way? What drives you to be an asshole? Yeah, had I not already collected Thousand Suns and subsequently Tzeentch Demons and Zangors for 40k, I'd probably be playing Ozark Bone Reapers and Votann. Just two completely not at all connected armies. Do you have BCP, Best Coast Pairing? I find that a good way to at least get some knowledge on your local area might be to just check Best Coast Pairing. Because sometimes a lot of small tournaments will just be put on by local communities at their local community center. Like where they all meet. It's a pretty good way to at least get out and meet people, even if you're not planning on playing. But at least like getting into the community, because there's a few shops that aren't far from here that I wouldn't have known existed if it wasn't for tournaments that are held at them. You can just search in your area. You can just be like, within 50 miles of me, what's happening, what tournaments. And even if it's like a tournament that's happening way late, depending on where it's happening, you might be able to check it and be like, oh, that's actually a store. And then you can just go there. Check it out. See what the scene's like. And maybe even see if you want to try to like start stuff. You trolling me? You might want to see if you can even like start a scene, because like that's kind of the thing I'm noticing with my local scene. There's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I just finished my kill team. But then I never see people be like, hey, let's meet up for kill team. Instead, they'll kind of just show up to the store and be like, maybe someone will swing in for kill team. And it's like, that's probably not the best way to do this. We have a local Discord for a reason. There's a channel that says skirmish on it. You can just be like, hey, anyone up for kill team? And then, you know, tell them the store that they could meet at, because there's a bunch of them, and just meet. Like, I want to make a flyer for an Underworlds scene. Like a Rivals Underworld, so you don't have to do the deck building. You can just show up and play. I want to see if I can pull people in at my local store. Because Rivals is cool for storefronts, I think. Because you don't have to have anything. You can if you want. Ugh. Like, if the store has a collection of boards and stuff, that's cool. I'm in the Discord for like 5 local communities now. For Warhammer and more. Because one of the stores trying to get people into the idea of meeting up to just build things in general. Because they have a massive Gundam miniature section at that store. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen a Gundam miniature section that's actually designed for the hobby, as opposed to just being like, hey, do you like Gundams? Like, because it's not just the models. You also have the special pens that paint the paneling and stuff. You have all the weird third-party like clipping tools that are supposed to minimize the sprue edges and stuff. Like, there's a lot of like Cadillac tier equipment and tools that come out of that community. Granted, most of it's a scam, because like a lot of these companies who release clippers that are like, oh, you won't have a single, or what do they say? They say like a massive reduction to sprue edges, like the sprue little pops that you get when you clip stuff off of sprues. They're like, yeah, you'll get less of it. Here's the thing. If you still have it, like even if it's what you clip is really close to the model, but there's still that little pop, even if there's slightly less than normal of that pop, you still have to freaking, like, you still have to file it down. You're not gaining anything by buying like a $30 pair of plastic clippers. There's no benefit. I don't know, it's a weird situation with a lot of those like tools that are trying to sound like the best version of all those tools. It's kind of funny though. But yeah, you get some cool stuff. No, yeah, there's a lot of stores that are moving into Gundam. I don't know what it is either. Like, I love Gundam models, don't get me wrong. I've actually had to get rid of a lot of them just for storage space purposes. Is that actually a flame? Oh, it is. I'll have to hit that up with yellow in a second. Like, I love Gundam, but I would never expect a hobby store to be like, oh yeah, that's a major part of my income. I'd never expect that. But when you walk into one of these hobby stores that runs with that type of stuff, dude, it is like 40% of their store. The markup maybe? I don't know. I don't know what else. It's insane. My local store just recently got into them. I don't know why. They must have talked to someone who was like, dude, the margins I get on these or something. Like, I don't know. They're just now dedicating a whole section on their store floor to it. Guess they're just gonna give it a try. But I hear some crazy things about those Gundams, because some of those models are hyper rare. Like, the moment any of them come in, they're immediately sold out. Like, I think someone was talking to me about one of the Zaku style models. It's like a kind of basic Zaku model. Like, stores can't keep those in stock. I don't know why. The problem is my local store was like, hey, we're getting into Gundam right as all the college kids left. Like, the day the college kids were like, cool, see you guys after summer, and they all just like left. My store was like, dude, we're gonna try Gundam. It's like, oh, you idiots. You absolute buffoons. You're gonna buy a bunch of Gundams the day you lose a major percentage of your market that would buy Gundams. Oh, dude, anime's... I feel like anime's never not been popular. It's just... the right communities are starting to get it. Like, people who like spending money. The trick with anime is it does ebb and flow with brands and titles that a lot of people enjoy. It's good to see Gundam get back into things, though. Although Gundam's been a little tumultuous for a lot of people, because I watched that newer series, the Witch from Mercury, I believe. I thought it was good. And apparently a lot of fans thought so too. But it was like a lot of fans latching on to like the LGBTQ side of things with that show. And it was like, oh, that's cool to see everyone kind of get into it like that. But then to have like the writers come out and be like, that wasn't the point. like they did the backtracking because I guess like local government was looking at what they did and they were like, what? This isn't something we want. I was like, oh, Jesus. Why would you guys put out a statement like that? You had fans. You had people who loved your show, and now you're like actively like, please stop loving our show. It's like, what? It's a good show. Despite the art style being hyper dark, or hyper bright and happy, that show was dark as hell. Letting a 9-year-old watch that show, they killed a guy with a friggin' incinerator. That was a big moment in that series. Where I was like, oh, this guy's gonna have a really cool life now. Oh, what's happening here? I love what's happened with the Gundam models. Going from where I was when I was a kid playing with, or putting them together, I guess, rather. And it just being like, here's your knee joint, here's your elbow joint, and everything else is super stagnant. To being like, all right, there's 30 different parts in the waist alone. And you're like, oh, geez. And it's like, they figured out how to make them fully functional, fully flexible. Oh, it's so cool. The calf joints, when you move the calf and the foot, actually separate now so that there's like this multi-component motion that occurs. It's so cool. I think it was like government pressure because I mean it's a Japanese studio and Japan's still very much like not cool with that whole thing. Like all they had to do was not say anything, in my opinion. Like just don't say anything. just just let it ride. Who cares? But I guess there was some pressure to like be like, no, 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 no. Because like yeah, that series touched on some really cool stuff. I always prefer the Gundam series is when they like go into the political side of things as well. And my favorite element of any Gundam series is if they do a lot of like human perspective, right? Like a lot of what it actually feels like. Because I feel like a lot of Gundam shows kind of fail in that regard of being like, by the way, quick reminder, these things are hundreds of stories tall and they're horrifying in combat. Like 8th MS did that. That was great. Watching 8th MS touch on the whole like human toll in Gundam fights. And then the only show since, I think maybe one of the Char's movies did it too, but one of the only shows that have done that since has been the Hathaway stuff. Like the first Hathaway movie, which supposedly we're getting other ones, I think, was so good for that. Like that animation team did some crazy stuff when they switch over. Like there's fights that occur in that show in like a city filled with people. Like it was a sudden strike on a city. And like normally in a Gundam series, it's just like, all right, you're gonna look at the mechs, you're gonna watch them fight. It's gonna be kind of cool. But in this one, they were like, all right, so that beam weapon shot a shield, and you saw all those sparks come off the shield. Now we're going to show you what the sparks look like from the ground as they melt like post boxes and holes into cement as people are running by because they're horrified at the idea of being melted by molten metal raining down on them from the sky. I was like, whoa. People ran into this building over here and they're trying to get through, and the Zaku friggin' style unit stepped into the building, so you're gonna watch them try to jump out of a window before the whole building collapses on them. It's like, wow. I hear Ruby's good. Wasn't Ruby Rooster Teeth though? I think what was Ruby being made by? I know there was a thing going on. Friggin', I think it's Rooster Teeth that decided to close their doors, right? All I know is it was the company that was doing Tales from the Stinky Dragon, which I actually really liked as one of the D&D shows that I usually leave on my side monitor when I'm working. And then out of nowhere, they're just like, yeah, we're closing doors. I was like, no! So apparently Tales of the Stinky Dragon are going to try to do their own thing. They broke off and they're trying to keep the crew that they had going because it sucked. They were trying so hard while they were still at Rooster Teeth before the sudden announcement to make it like this actual serious show. Like at first it was just a podcast between friends for COVID playing D&D games. And then they decided to turn it into like one of the players' moms made all the characters in felt. Like she made little felt dolls of the characters. And they were like, "Yo, can we get more of these?" And they started making like stop animated little things, not even stop motion, just like designed and controlled animated scenes, or just filmed scenes from clips from the show. And now they're like, "Yo, we could do a whole show based on this. Like the things we say and do, we could just have these little things happening in the background. It would make for a great stuff." I was like, "Oh no." Kind of. They're a little different to Critical Role. Critical Role gets like very serious with what they do. At times, I mean, they have great moments. Like, I don't think you can run into a single person who knows Critical Role, and if you say the word "The Bard's Lament," they have no idea what you're talking about. No, they know. That was a great moment. But Stinky Dragon tries to keep everything like really lighthearted. And they do it in systems that aren't normal usually. Like they try to do like some kind of like quick systems more meant for roleplay and fun moments. But like one of the storylines they've been running is sort of they live in a world where it's like all Hollywood movie monsters are basically all the different factions and races. And there's all these towns that resemble that, and they just kind of like hang out. And they're trying to like solve this big crime thing involving all the leaders of all the towns. And it was cool because what they would do for their show is they would record the actual game, and then they would kind of decide when they were editing the audio down for basically just playing for people. They would find people within Rooster Teeth to do voice acting for some of the characters, which was really cool. It was fun. Yeah, check out Tales from the Stinky Dragon. They're trying to come back up, and it would be good if they maintained, because they actually have a crew. They've got like their 4 key players, and then they actually have like off-screen people managing like certain stuff for their recording of their episodes that they're trying to do. Ooh, I like this song. Favorite. It's them and Legends of Avernus. Usually my side monitor people. Legends of Avernus got really big really quick too. That was really cool to see. They did a Kickstarter because they made their own D&D module. I think it's a D&D module. I'd have to look into it. It's basically a TTRP module called The Crooked Moon. They did a Kickstarter for that. And they got like, what's it at now? Like, I think they just put it out on a whim because they didn't expect much from it. It is, you can pre-order it. Yeah, it got backed to over $4 million. Like, this is a small crew that's actually kind of near here. And they just hang out and they play, they have some fun moments. Their YouTube channel is doing all right. Like, they're doing pretty good. But then out of nowhere, they were like, let's do this little module. We'll see what happens. $4 million. Boom. Out of nowhere. Massive congratulations to them. It's cool to see that happen. So they put a lot of work in. They were at one of the conventions I went to with my editing job. D&D content's pretty huge on YouTube. YouTube's moving over to long form content where there's a lot of possibility for ads. Like, that seems to be the big thing for the YouTube algorithm right now, is if you have a really long video with a lot of slots in it for ads to possibly pop up, YouTube will toss that into people's For You page and stuff just pretty consistently. So a 2-hour D&D campaign that's like 20 episodes each, or 2 hours each, it's like, oh. I'll try. I've always tried to like figure out what to do with this. Cause like, I mean, I could just sit here talking about my paint methods. But I feel like if I do that for 2 episodes, we're done. Like, there's nothing else to do. So, I've always thought about, like, what happens at, like, paint gatherings. When people go to a location to paint together. Try to emulate that here. Because I imagine at least a few of you are sitting down painting right now. Unless there's some psychopaths out there who are just like staring at what I'm doing super intently. Must witness. Because I feel like this could be a fun place. Like, people come in here, they'll ask about certain kill team stuff that maybe I haven't made a video on yet. It's fine, we can talk about it. Talk about some 40k stuff, AOS stuff, random things. I'm all about it. We're all nerds here. I'm just sitting here hyper nervous about tomorrow's tournament. There's a bunch of possible victory conditions. I can either win by kicking ass, I can win by kicking slightly less ass, or I can win by failing at the beginning and then kicking ass going forward. Or people can like how I painted things. And the thing is, I do think I paint really well, but the people at the store that I go to, oh my god. Like, they do the stuff, they do things with painting that I don't do, because the sheer quantity of stuff I've painted in a year would probably blow some people's minds. I've painted like 2,500 points of Gene Stealers, 4,000 points of Thousand Suns, 3,000 points of Knights. It doesn't stop. I painted like 20 kill teams. I just keep painting. So the fact that I'm able to put out as much as I do in terms of like everything as well as painting stuff is, I think, pretty crazy. Painted 6 Underworlds teams. But like, the people at the store, they pick what they want, right? Like, they've got their team, they've got their units, they've been doing it for years, and they're just like slowly getting through their teams. And over the course of like 4 or 5 years, they paint them, which means all their characters and everything, like every model is just painted so beautifully. Like, one of the guys at the Underworlds tournament had the Plague Rats, and every single Plague Rat had this perfectly hand-painted gradient on their cape of like a yellow to a green. Like, the shading, the toning, it was all perfect. Oh, dude, yeah, put models together. Always good. Or just be a psycho. Just sit in your room, have your dark thoughts, and watch me paint. So, like, for mass painting, I think I do well. If I have to focus on something, like when I paint larger models, I think I do well as also. Like, in the time it's going to take me to paint these 2 squads and then 1 leader unit, that would be the total time it would take me to paint 1 Lord of Change to the quality I would want. It's basically the way that works. It's kind of why I want to try to get used to how to set up the LEDs on the bases and things. Because when Emperor's Children comes out, I'm going to need to do a very quick method of like prepping the bases with the LEDs and the primer and everything. We're going to have to get really focused on how I'm going to approach that. Because I might need to do some sub-assembly where I paint the model first and then apply it to the base and stuff like that. This guy's going to be trapped in a tight-knit place. I'm always worried about the BO smell on a submarine. I imagine there's hazing techniques used for people who like don't wash as much as they should. In that situation, you don't want to be in a tight-knit situation with that kind of thing. It's like being trapped at an anime convention. Another slow day at work, Goblin. That sucks. I mean, it might be good, but it might also suck. Well, at least you're here. Do you have your own projects on hand to build at work, or do they got like security cameras and they're like, what are you doing? Why aren't you standing by aimlessly? You should be standing at the register, ready for anything. All over infinity? What are you talking about? What you talking about? You're dropping news on me. Talking like Disney Infinity? What? The Infinity Wars? Yeah, imagine submarines have air scrubbers. Because if they didn't, it would just be the ultimate Dutch oven. Oh, for like 40K stuff? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't pay attention to stuff. I go on the Warhammer community site. I see what people say or like what posts are going on that day. Apparently Skaven are winning. Oh, it's a miniature skirmish game called Infinity? I don't know. Everyone's trying to find the new hotness. That's actually a weird concept to me. It's probably my biggest worry about getting back into stuff is just like how everyone's kind of built to be like, man, that was really fun for that month. Let's try a whole new game. It's like, dude, how much storage do you have? Like, Jesus. Like, I'm running out of room. I only play frickin' Games Workshop titles. I'm worried that the next season of Kill Team is going to bring us some cool stuff. Like, I actually kind of want the Vespids, if that's a thing. I'm pretty sure I know a person who's going to want the Scions as well, so I'll be able to split that box. I imagine there could have been an embargo lift. Like, let me get this last gold down and we can explore this concept. Since this is the last of the gold we need. Like, is it a new game or is it a game that just got like a new season or like brick launch or something? I was at my local game store, and every like Tuesday or so, they get all their packages in for like the new board games that they're gonna try to sell to people. He had a board game on that shelf that was so huge. Like, it was just the biggest box of all time. I was like, dude, what the hell? He was like, yeah, that's a great game. I was like, I have nowhere to put that. I can't do anything with that. What up, Pope? What you doing? Alright, let's see. Corvus Bell Store, Infinity. Infinity the game is a miniature war game. When does it drop? When is it out? Is it already out? Is it out right now? The models look cool. Ooh, Mechazoid Sakorantai. That thing looks cool as hell. Alright, we're gonna switch. Boom. That looks anime AF. $50mm scenery bases. Alright. These look cool. I like them. Look at that. I love the plated armor. I love this kind of armor where it's like, it's sort of folded, but it's folded to be shaped plates. Anime! Look at this. These are all anime AF right here. Look, like the way they stand. Oh my god. Here's why they're talking about it. We found why people are talking about him. If you play this game and you don't play these units, I don't know. Okay. Okay, page 1. Page 2. Two. Okay, here we are. I think most of these are what we saw. If I click 2 down here, okay, good. What? Weeb as hell. Is this the Australian faction? That's Weeb AF right there. What? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm guessing this is scenery. The way this looks is that this person carries this around with them and is skating on it. Like, it's a little awkward. This, though. Why you gotta go so hard with the chibi? Healing you. So they have a ton of packs. I think 40K requires the right kind of bases, right? Or because these are 25, well, we need 28s, right? We need 40s, so these would work for 40s. 28s are important. I think a lot of these sizes aren't the right sizes. I think only the 40 would work. They got some nice terrain, though. Tentacles. So did this just drop, or is this still going? Like, is that why they're talking about it? When did this come out? Dynamic balanced skirmish game with the best metal miniatures. So you could kill a person with these. Good. Good. I don't think I've seen these in my local store. I can take a look, but I don't think these exist in there. Which, the problem is, like what we've talked about before, a lot of this is based on whether or not it's easily purchasable at a location that you can then play at. So, like, these look cool, but I would feel weird as hell if I bought them and then organized a group to go to my local store to play this when my local store doesn't sell any of this. I would feel very weird. I think we got some fan service on a character. Not as much as a... what is it? Something of death. I'm trying to remember. Tabletop of death. Kingdom Death. I can't show you guys Kingdom Death on stream. I'll get banned. I can't do it. That's cool as hell looking. I like it. That's weird. Basic, classic. Street Sharks. It's pretty pog. It's pretty nice. So it's been out for a while. You're saying there's people talking about it a lot. Was there an expansion, or did they get like signed for something, or is it bad? Like what happened with War Machine? I'm gonna go back to painting. Don't want to fall behind. It's 1 o'clock. Oh, new model release rules update. Okay. All right, where I need my short truce so I can fix a couple things. Cause yeah, I don't think I've seen this at my local. I will not be doing that. You're saying that they tag based on region, though. That's kind of cool, because then you get like national representation. The theory of the game could be interesting, because then you got people who are like, I'm from Puerto Rico. Let me play the Puerto Rican team. And then if there's ever an international tournament, that's what I'll do. But I don't know if you're going to get your international tournament. All right, let's get the green going. Oh, also, we did a little bit of a fade on my the Predator. I did it off stream, though. Did the barrel fade into short truce from green. Fully magnetized still. I can swap it up to a Rhino if I want. Can change the guns on it. I might need to do another burgundy hit on this Rhino. I noticed when I was varnishing it that I don't feel like I put enough burgundy down, like I did on the others where it's kind of smooth. All right. It's greening time. I guarantee this will look a lot better once I've done the bases. The base being completely fluorescent is throwing me off, but once we get it to look like sand, it'll just be way more interesting looking. So Amazon Prime put out a new Batman series. I have a feeling it's going to be a little divisive. I thought it was cool, though. fun to see. Some throwbacks. Some interesting reimaginings. I heard Warcraft was decent. We do need to like keep in rotation a company that's always within like striking range of Games Workshop. It's competition keeps people honest is usually a good way to put it. And if there is a game and a community that's big and strong enough for Games Workshop to be like, oh, we need to stay competitive here, it's good for everyone. So if they're actually out there, that's solid. Because that was my biggest issue with finding out that War Machine was like falling apart. Was like, oh no, this thing that exists that makes Games Workshop have to like think about their own business structure fell apart. Which means they're going to be able to just kind of like start doing weird stuff whenever they want. Not feel too threatened. I think we'll do some shader on these guys as well. No, yeah, it helps heavily with our own stuff. Like, this is coming from a guy who, like, my last place where I was living, there was one cable company for internet. Let me tell you, they do not give a crap. They just kept increasing prices. Quality was always the worst. I used to try to stream from that location, like way back before they were kind of forced to improve it because Fios is starting to move into the area. Hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Yeah, no, it's in the past couple of years, I don't think effectively War Machine really mattered just because they shot themselves in the foot so hard. But like back when it first came out, I remember Penny Arcade was talking about it heavily. I remember watching a lot of my local clubs start getting a decent sized scene for War Machine. Like it started becoming this thing where I was like, ooh, and then they had actually like events that were tournaments that were like international. I was like, wow, they're pushing pretty hard already with this game. Like they're actually trying to make it a thing. Then they shot themselves in the foot and I was like, oh, it's over. Oh man. Which sucks. Because you kind of want that to like last and survive, is to have that like side thing. So if this game's doing good and, you know, they did a rules update and people really like it and it expands more and more. I feel like War Machine tried to explode too much because those guys were Games Workshop people, so they kind of knew the pipeline for how to get things into storefronts. And I think they just like hyper expanded themselves like right away because they wanted to just maximize earnings. Like, I feel like within a month of them announcing what they were doing, my local store had their stuff on the shelf. Which is baffling to me. Like, that was super quick. I try to keep the music decent, but we are basically trapped in YouTube's free music cycle, so some songs suck. Potentially, yeah. Like it did some. I mean, they were actually like a worthwhile company, and then it just all collapsed. I think, who bought them? Was it Amazon that bought them? I thought someone bought them. As kind of like a entry point into tabletop gaming that they might utilize going forward, but no one has any clue what's happening. Like, I wish I had you guys over on Twitch. Like, I wish I was able to actually make that kind of like a viable place to stream, because then we could actually just listen to music. It's the one thing I really don't like about streaming over here. I can't just like throw on some real tunes and chill. Steamforged? I know they've got bought by someone. I just can't remember who. And now we're all just like, huh, what's gonna happen? And no one has any idea. It could just get completely shelved. All I'm thinking of are the last system that I remember that they were putting into place was basically trying to make it so that rather than printing from a single point, they actually put it to the community, the 3D printers and stuff, and the makers and people on Etsy and stuff like that. They sort of like created a web of printers who were like verified as like good printers to be the source. So like anytime an order would come in, they would turn to the whatever like the closest printer was to that area to be like, hey, do you have any of these, or do you need to print any? And then the printer could do it, and it was just like a constant source of income for these people. Which is kind of cool. I like the idea. Quality control is my biggest concern with that situation, but it sounded like they'd put like some effort into making sure quality was good. Even though like the first iteration and release, it sounded like it was rushed. Like all the models they had at that convention were like poorly printed and painted, or poorly just printed in general. There was the story that came out where someone's hand got a little chemical burned because the resin wasn't cured or something, which may or may not have been someone lying. I don't know. It's a whole thing. I did really like the War Machine models, though. I almost decided to get back into it alongside 40K. I'm not going to lie, the thing that made me go, nah, I'm not going to do that, is that the Cricks were no longer a thing. They'd removed Cricks from the overall game. And the Cricks were one of my favorite factions. To the point where there was actually a crossover with Dota. Dota 2. One of the pets you could get that delivers your equipment was a Cricks unit. It was one of those little Cricks dog things. And I had it. I loved the hell out of it. Yeah, we do all of my Tzeentch stuff, all of my Thousand Sun stuff, everything. It goes on deserts. So I have texture paste we'll be applying to the base. I just don't want to apply it now because we're brushing on the base. And I don't want to get the color onto it. Like, I'd rather not accidentally bleed color out that way. So usually what I try to do is I get the model as close to a finish as possible, and then we put the basing material on because it takes a minute to dry. So for now, we're just getting everything ready to get to that point, I think. That's the way I would put it. But yeah, they got rid of my faction. I don't know why they got rid of my faction. I guess it was just because maybe no one played them. But me. Sag. I can actually show you sort of the plan for the base. Because my Forge Fiend has it. Might have to move the music forward too. Wee. Servo activate. Light up. So we do just basic textured sand and crackle paste basing. And then we just do the black ring. And that's going to be the eventual goal with all of these guys. I like it because what ends up happening with that is but then, yeah. The trick is with this, because everything's so neon and so bright, and we're gonna actually add more color into this into the disc, I think. some point here, that the neon plays against the extremely dark sandy bases. It just looks really nice. I had a buddy who was really big into War Machine 2 when it was coming out. He had his faction of choice. He had a good collection of stuff. Kind of sucks to see it fall apart. My friend plays way too many tabletop games, and I'm saying that as a person trying to make a YouTube channel built around it. Like, I'll talk about some of them. I was like, oh, dude, I saw information for this game. It sounds pretty cool. With, like, zero intention on buying in just because of all the other stuff I'm doing. And he'll be like, oh, dude, I already have a ton of that. I'm like, what? Like, you don't have time for this, man. You have so much going on in your life, and you're just like, yeah, I basically buy every tabletop game that comes out. It's like, Jesus, dude. Well, do you have something you like for your Votann? Do you have, like, do you have a general palette choice that makes you like, oh yeah, this is what I want kind of situation? Not even like how the palette works on the model, just like general. Do you have like a color, like a teal or something, where you're like, yes, I wish I saw more teal in the game or something like that? Choosing the initial palette is always, that's the moment, man, where you got to kind of like lean in and be like, all right, am I cool with this across everything? What's fun, though, with paletting, and I don't think enough people do it, I know when it comes to, like, vehicles and stuff, like, my vehicles look a lot like my Rubric Marines. I could have painted them completely different, though. I could actually have leaned into, like, vehicles one way, people the other, and it works. It's kind of like an advanced paletting for on-field armies, is to have, like, certain elements of the army carry a different color scheme. You can tie it in together, though. Like, in a lot of, like, the Votann joints and stuff, you could paint, like, black, right? But then you could make the armor really bright and vibrant. And then the vehicles that they have, you could make their core, like, the core paint scheme of them black. And it'll still feel like it's part of it, just because, like, a piece of the little mainstay units are black. And then, but then you have, like, the fun idea of, oh, well, the models are very bright. And then the vehicles are very dark, but they still feel like they work together, which that's actually really cool. Like, I do kind of like that my Thousand Sons are a sort of dingy metal, like how this gold is. And then there's just bright pieces on them. And then when you switch over to the demons are just like, yo, bro, what's up? We're the epitome of brightness. I'll take songs that sound like Black Magic Woman for 100. Yeah, and you can always pull from something. Like, in reality. Don't hesitate to like match something in reality as like, oh, I really like this and I'd like it to play here. Because you'll notice that like something I've talked about, which kind of always sounds depressing, but it's really not. In a way, it's sort of freeing. If you think what you're going to do is original, it's not. It's been done. I think all color schemes at this point have been touched on. There's collections all over the place that talk about how certain colors work with each other. Like, color schemes, we did it. It's over. Right? We're done. There's nothing more you can do with color schemes. That being said, that means there's a ton of places you can go to try to look at color schemes and try to figure out what color scheme you want to, you know, get. So you can just look around at cool stuff and be like, ooh, I like that. I think I did miss a spot on this. There it is. You trolled me earlier, but you were actually not trolling. Because I did just completely miss this whole part here. A lot of stuff samples a lot of stuff. I was watching, what was it, David Grohl, I believe, talk about, like, not knowing how to, I think, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Grohl. He talked about when he was a drummer, I'm getting names wrong. I want to make sure I don't get this name wrong. Give me a second. Yeah, David Grohl. Dave Grohl. He talked about how when he was the drummer for Nirvana, that he didn't actually know how to drum, so he just listened to music from like other bands. I think specifically it was like disco. Oh, I think it was disco. And he basically just took drum fills and stuff from those people and just used them in the songs he played. This. Oh, I might actually just want to zoom in so you guys actually have the light. This was my idea with Votan. I actually did them, I did sort of an all over magenta, and then I did a zenithal white. That way I could leave the armor white and not care about it, and then just do really thin contrast on the areas of white I wanted to be a different color. So like the blue rubber, that's actually Leviathan blue contrast, done really thinly. And then I decided, I thought it was cool, the idea, like these are basically just like clones and stuff. And I thought like one of their diseases made their skin like gold. So they're basically like little tiny golems that are gold. Like all their skin tone is just gold across the board. But yeah, he was fun to paint. That whole faction was fun to paint, or the team. That's my salvagers. So their guns are teal. The rubber on their armor is Leviathan blue, and then their main armor is just left white. He's doing iron. Actually, like their skin, or paint scheme. Was the iron skin the orange blue? Iron skin Votan. Or iron kin or iron? Are you talking about, is it the, yeah, iron kin. So, kind of like a greenish white upper armor, and then like a darker green teal rubber. It's almost like a Drakari green on their regular like rubber components. They're sort of teal overall. There's some good interpretations of them that look kind of cool. But yeah, you can almost do an all-over white. Like, their main armor pieces would be white, and then you could hit it with, like, a Poxwalker shade. Because the Poxwalker shade is, like, a really light green. And it would probably make it look very close to how they show it. Ooh, custom heads. Speaking of custom heads. Where'd I put them? Where'd they go? My custom heads. Are they in here? No. Oh no, where did I put them? They're here somewhere. I bought 40 punk rock heads, female punk rock heads. They came in and they look great. They look so good. All right, do we need to do more green? I think we're good on green here. Oh, the books. It is cool to go robots with Votann. I mean, because they have the lore for it. Like, they're so explicitly, like, they're the closest thing to Ironkin that a lot of people have access to outside of, like, some of the oddities with AdMech. So they kind of play into, like, the old lore really well. What up, Arturo? Like I said, I was, had I gotten back into 40k slightly later, Votann probably would have pulled me in. Don't even care about the extremely limited model count right now. It would actually work in their favor. I would have spent a way less money collecting them. Because, like, right now I have so much stuff for my Thousand Sons. Like, I have way more than what I need for fielding anything on the table. I have a ton of units that everyone considers extremely weak across the meta. So, like, there's just no reason to have them. But I have them. Painting's going good. We're getting stuff done, as you can see. I feel like the baseline for green with this guy is just about done. There's probably a level of pacing we're going to have to hit where I'm just going to get the green done. I think that's about it, too. just going to get the green done on my flamers, which means the flamers are basically done. This is all you really need for the flamers, is the green. Because then they're pretty much done. All I got to do is get the basing on at that point. But we do need to put a little more effort into my Fate Skimmer, because he does have some good details to him that I want to make sure we hit. But yeah, flamers are so basic. They're so good though. Always rule of cool at the top end. Limited range is great, but also getting into them in an early state means there's a lot of boxes that are very cheap for collecting purposes. That's always like the best reason financially, even though, I mean, we can't really talk about anything about this game being a financially good decision. But getting into something that's like new is great. This is actually why I'm kind of looking forward to the Emperor's Children. There is no way in hell there isn't going to be a starter battle box that isn't like the Primarch and a bunch of new models. And then there's probably going to be like a smaller combat patrol box that is almost every model you would want. You just buy like 4 of them and you're good. You buy like the one big battle box and then like 2 or 3 combat patrols and you're just done. You're done collecting. It's over. Hecatons. Hecaton fortresses are so, like, they're the meta with that army. You need them. I keep hearing about them. Like, every list I see that does well has like 1 or 2 Hecatons. And the rebalance buff they got was like crazy good for that faction. The getting all those extra tokens at the beginning that you can place on units. It's just so much of a damage spike. They're good. I like them. I like them. Rock and stone, brother. Rock and stone. Not necessarily new, but a full release of Emperor's Children is expected by closer to the holiday. At least that's the rumor. Always take rumors with a grain of salt. Because even if the general rumor of the faction is on the way is true, the timing could always change. It's kind of a thing. Because the podcast I do for video gamey stuff, one of the people that was usually on it for a while there actually knows people in the industry, like in game development, and he gets like some heads up on a lot of things like way early, and then he's usually told like, hey, don't bring this up until around this time. Well, like he's given usually explicit instructions on like when to say things. Like when it's cool to talk about it. And he's done it a few times where he's like, okay, I'm going to talk about it now because it's cool to talk about it now. And he'll say it, and then it won't happen, and everyone's like, ah. And then he's like, I talked to my source again, and they were like, yeah, it changed. Like last minute, they decided to change. So like, even though the leak and info is actually kind of true, Industry shuffling always happens. Moves times back, changes things out. DRG. I think these guys actually really match the models I already painted, which is good. I was worried they were going to look really different. But they feel pretty much exactly like the models I already have. Oh, yeah. I literally just realized. I was like, wait. Well, because you said board game. And I was like, what's a board game for? And then I remembered they did put out a board game. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, no. It's a fun game. I kind of hate it because, again, my like general job is editing for a video game channel on YouTube. And they decided they would all want to try out Deep Rock Galactic because I kept talking about it and it kept winning awards. And they were like, we haven't played it, let's try it. And they didn't ask the person who played the game heavily to join them. And I wouldn't say the people I work with are the smartest group in the bunch for gaming. So they couldn't figure out how to play it. They couldn't figure out like the purpose of what the missions were, how to like figure anything out. They didn't pay attention to the tutorials. They just kind of played it sort of to see if it was like normal enough for them to easily understand. And when it wasn't, they just got angry and didn't actually want to play it anymore. And they talked about how it wasn't a fun game for them. Like on stream, they were like, yeah, it's not that great of a game. I'm like, all right. It sounds to me like you guys hit a wall of, we don't want to listen to the tutorial. And that's where we are. And I can't help you there. I mean, one of you got defeated by having to build a cardboard device. I'm guessing games that don't hold your hand and walk you down the hallway are a little too much for you. Aeldari's a bit, yeah, it's a bit crazy. It's cool. The problem I think with Aeldari is that there's almost like a set pattern right now of what's good as a unit choice. And a lot of like the side stuff just isn't good in the way that you think. Most people pick up like, let's say Striking Scorpions, which I believe you said you were collecting anyway with Blades of Cain. They'll collect Striking Scorpions. The whole reason they collect them is so that they can scout forward at the beginning of the game, and they're expecting that squad to either maybe pull something off if they get initiative or die, and then they just don't care about it. And that's just it. They're just a cheap squad to throw at people. The main thing you want is like War Walkers with bright lances and stuff, and fire prisms, and ugh. And that's the issue. It's a very meta army right now. Like, you can easily make the point of it being really good meta-wise, which means collectors who are trying to chase metas are going to buy out those models. It is Deep Rock. They tried to play Deep Rock. They didn't bring me along, and I know how to play that game. I could have easily guided them through the game, because it is good. There's a lot of great elements in that game. I love a lot of the expanded stuff they did. The new things with the elevator map, ooh, cool. I love the escort mission map too, where you have to get the drill to the egg and then protect it. I love that mission. It's such a cool mission. The newer missions too, like the hacking mission. That was really fun. Plague cores. I just think that game is adapted so well to like allow you to play so many different modes. It's not just trapped in like one sequence. And then finally getting into the part of the game where you can custom craft weapons with enhancements and upgrades that drastically change how they work. That was really cool. I loved that moment. For Carl! If your wife likes Aeldari, I mean, the thing you're going to want to do is just look into which models are good to start collecting. But like I said, they're powerful, so a lot of the best models you would need to collect are already pretty much sold out everywhere. Freaking like night spinners and stuff. Supposedly, there's a lot of like Eldar range refresh that's supposed to be happening, specifically with a lot of the Craft World people, like the Howling Banshees and stuff like that. I think Warp Spiders was the rumor for a little bit there, that we were going to see new Warp Spiders soon. So that could be cool, but not knowing which ones and when kind of like screws up collecting. Because if I was going to collect Aeldari right now, I would hate to be like, all right, I guess I'll buy my Warp Spiders because I like Warp Spiders and they seem to do well. And then I would buy them and then they'd be like, range refresh, Warp Spiders. I'd be like, no. Tau would be good to pop in on right now. Those battle boxes for Tau, specifically if you're into Kroot, really nice. Really nice, really pog. Although they did just get a really big nerf by only limiting the resurrection of a squad to once per game. Yeah, that's the rumor is like something like Warp Spiders, but we don't know. We don't know. A lot of rumors flying around. It could work because it could work as a kill team launch, right? Because if they're gonna try to focus on verticality, what better for the Aeldari to launch with in kill team as like a Warp Spider team? That would just be great. But it would be very close to the Blades of Kain launch. So, like, I don't know. Maybe it would just be a flat launch. They would just do it. Swooping Hawks would be huge. I think one of the big rumors was the leaders. I can never remember what they're called. Like Fuegan or whoever, like all of them. Phoenix Lords. There we are. My brain found it. They're supposed to be getting a big refresh because those guys are still pewter models, to my understanding. My friend found all of his because he used to run Court of the Young King back in like 5th edition, and he had every single Phoenix Lord and at least one squad for each of those Phoenix Lords to run because he thought that was cool, like the balance of being able to be like, oh, I've got really good melee, and I've got pretty mid melee, and I've got really good shooty, and I've got some great speed and blah, blah. Like, he had the adaptability of just every squad type from Craft World. So the idea that maybe, just maybe, we would get like a reboot of the Phoenix Lords with just better quality would be so good. I think the main recent kits were Banshees and Dire Avengers, and then the Scorpion update that we just got. I think the main ones people would look forward to are Swooping Hawks and Warp Spiders. Those would be like the big ones to change, to my understanding. And then Phoenix Lord launches would just be really good. I've seen the Mogan Ra one. But I remember watching a tournament where someone had the Swooping Hawk Phoenix Lord, and it was the pewter model. And apparently that's the one you really want, because you give him... He has like the ability to resurrect, I think, built in. And he's just insanely hard to kill. Like, he has a really good invulnerable. He can uppy downy in a game, so he can kind of go where he needs to perform missions. He's just a great model to have. But I'm pretty sure he's limited to pewter right now. The Mogan Ra model does look cool. Pretty sure they still have it at the local game store. Flamers, done, except for basing. Now we go piece by piece through these guys. Just get their tongues and eyes. Good to see you all on a Friday. Good. Hoping we can really start getting into video making again. Like, I keep saying it. I know I keep saying it. It's just schedule keeps throwing me off. Like, videos are really what causes my channel to grow right now, and I need to get back in it. Hell yeah. We're gonna zoom in. Too far away. Phoenix Lords are the leaders, yeah. There's like the Scorpion one, the Striking Scorpion one, I mean, they all have it, basically. But they were all originally pewter, just like everything else. And my buddy has them all. He has all the pewter ones. And there were supposed to be some relaunches of ones that I think were either Finecast or pewter. Like, I feel like Forge World launched or relaunched some of them as like crazy models. I can't remember. There's like too much going on with like a lot of this stuff. Nah. These are great. I love these pink horrors. They were much easier to paint than I expected. I already kind of had the plan for them though, so that works out. God, I hope I'm ready for tomorrow's tournament. I think I have plans for at least some of the factions to deal with how they work. But not all of them. If someone brings the Fire Slayers, I feel like I'm going to have issues. Fire Slayers are basically Necron at this point. Like, they just resurrect units non-stop. Make sure I didn't miss. Yeah, I did. He's in fuego. So on my double Lord of Change list, technically one Kairos, one Lord of Change. I think I do maybe need to adapt it so that I have pink horrors. Not necessarily a reinforced pink horror squad, but like a basic one. But I'm gonna need to adapt what I bring. It's kind of an issue. Because the cost of a Fate Skimmer is slightly more than a pink horror squad, so if I remove my Fate Skimmer, I have like 20 points if I put pink horrors in. Which kind of sucks. I kind of hate it. This is a little bit. Like, when you give me 20 points to play with, I'm just like, well, let me retool my entire list, I guess. Although I could probably look into it. I know there's a points value you can hit in AOS where you'll get an extra command point, but I think it might be 50, not 20. This is the pink, by the way, that I want to run on my Emperor's Children. Straight fluorescence. This brush is getting a little too crazy. Switch it out. The plan is to do a gradiated fluorescent purple and a fluorescent pink on them. The plan might change, but I do kind of like the idea of the Emperor's Children paint scheme being a sort of blend between new and old, right? Like the new colors that they rock are pink. The old colors they rocked were purple. Both awesome colors. So the idea of having it be that their armor is like slowly being taken over by the new colors, kind of cool. Because in the areas where the purple are, the trim would be gold. And then in the areas where the pink is, the purple are, Jesus. The area where the pink is, it would be black as trim, because that's the color scheme. I think it would look really nice. This pink is white primer. Always start white when you're going really light on stuff. Golden high flow fluorescent pink. I think if you're planning on matte painting, like if you're actually planning on layer painting, there is a version of paint you can use called So Flat that might have a pink in it. I don't know if they do. I'm pretty sure they do though. I think they have every fluorescent in So Flat. But So Flat has a fluorescent red. It's one of the only ways I can get red because there's no airbrush red. This you really can't run through airbrush because there's a lot of like carcinogenic chemicals in here, or cobalt or something. You really don't want to inhale that at all. But this is great to use as like brush paint. So if you're looking to just paint like a spot on something, look into So Flat. You get a ton of it for pretty cheap, and it's actually a really good color to apply. It's like a genuinely useful color medium. I use a So Flat black for all of my base rings because it's so like, it does dry so flat, just like the name, and it's super matte, which is great. It's perfect. But yeah, you can apply the high flow over top of white primer regularly and you're probably fine. It goes on really loose, kind of like what this green is. This green is really liquidy. I would probably ascribe the high flow paint closer to how contrast works in a way, where it does really pool in like lower areas. But yeah, love me some pink horrors. Oh, that's the wrong paint. My methodology for painting demons is hella lazy, which I love. Like, you don't have to put a ton of effort in. Which, after all the effort I put in with all the other units and models I've painted up till this point, it's almost like a relaxing little vacation to try to finish these guys. Because it's more just the mechanical application of paints in certain areas in certain ways. Like playing into the whole yellow undercolor and liquid nature of high flow paint to just kind of create flowy fire looks. It's so easy. One of the things I'm super interested in when Emperor's Children drops is buying some Slaanesh demons. My plan is to paint them flesh tone. Like, I wanna make people feel ways about weird demon models. I'm gonna get real serious with the flesh toning too. We're gonna use a similar method I've looked into for like, what are they? They're like pinup statues. It's the method of doing like a pink or a magenta, like a light magenta base, and then a flesh tone over top of it so that you have that like red feeling kind of undertone. So it actually feels more like just general flesh tone. Oh, the Freedom Fighters and Stalker were like, they were basically the faction of 420 Blaze It, if I remember. Like, they felt like that. They're just kind of like, hey, man. Like, it was like if a Russian was trying to... Hang on, let me unplug my headphones real quick. It was like if a Russian was trying to do a Jamaican accent the whole time. And then this song just feels like a Sam and Max game. Yeah, I'm gonna get the lighter blue. Well, kind of like a slightly lighter blue. We'll do a lot of like the beaks and horns on these guys. We'll need to dry brush a slightly lighter blue on it. I haven't even looked at the stats for Pink Horrors in AOS or 40k. I just know I didn't want to use them for a while. And then I was like, I'll grab them. I still don't like in 40k that splitting from a pink horror to a blue horror and then a blue horror to a brimstone is just absolute RNG. Like 50-50 RNG. I don't know. I don't like that. They have their purposes. If we're talking pure meta, they're super useful if you pick specific ones. In particular, the Nurglings. Nurglings are extremely cheap. They come with a lot of benefits like Infiltrate and stuff like that, which that's a very useful ability to have for a very cheap unit that is also very not easy to kill. There's only a couple bases, so you can either use them... The adaptability is the big thing, right? So you can either use Nurglings as the Infiltrator unit that's going to try and get behind enemy lines or just be obnoxious. Or you can use them... Gotta pop this bubble. Or you can use them to Deep Strike later and just try to like hold a point at back or just be obnoxious. So, like, the value in them is just their adaptability for how cheap they are. The only Tzeentch demon that's close to that is the Blue Horrors, and their squad's big enough that they're not super useful at, like, backline deep striking, because they're very easy to screen for. But they also have Infiltrate, and because they have numbers and Infiltrate, a trick you can do with them is to actually create a wall of them. If you have 2 Blue Horror squads, you can just wall off your opponent's side. And then they have to deal with things with 4+ invulns that potentially split into 2 things each. Or 1 thing that's technically 2, like it's a weird model. With also a 4+ invuln save. Like, you could take 1 or 2 turns trying to kill these units. And if none of your units have fly, you're not getting out of your side of the map. It just depends on what you want to do with them. The trick is, for the army that I would use them for, there's no detachment that makes me go like, oh yeah, I'd use them for this. Because it's still index. The index army we have is very explicit in terms of like, the only benefit you'll see is if you play a Thousand Sun Sorcerer. If me going over to any of these guys doesn't help in any way, shape, or form, because you just want to maximize your Thousand Sun Sorcerer potential. Which I think kind of sucks. It's a little sad. Because personally, I love the idea of a Thousand Sun army running alongside like a Lord of Change. I think it's great. Feather colors. Pink and blue is already in play. I think we do Luxion purple. And in general, though, demons are actually really good, especially now. They got a pretty big buff. All of the large demons got a similar benefit to what Be'lakor has, where they put things in their Shadow of Chaos. Like, the whole reason you take Be'lakor is not just because of the Stealth Aura. The Stealth Aura is great, though. I think it's like a Lone Op Aura, 18-inch Lone Op kind of thing. I kind of want to do something different with these. But on top of that, he pulls stuff into his Shadow of Chaos, Shadow of the Warp, which gives you a lot of advantages when it comes to like playing models forward for Deep Strike. So everyone was like, yeah, the entire strategy for demons is down to Be'lakor being on the field. Well, they gave all of the lords that now, so you can kind of play the way you want. Be'lakor's still really good because he's freaking Be'lakor. Nigh unkillable monster. But now you can run like Nurgle Greater Daemons, move them forward, put stuff into their Shadow of the Warp. Nurgle got a huge buff, to my understanding. Because the Nurgle benefit comes from Shadow of the Warp. Like, there's this one really good thing that they do, but they have to be in the Shadow of Warp. So now, I think it's, the idea is you run like a Rodigus and a Great Unclean One next to each other, and they're just almost unkillable at that point. Like, they have so much benefit in their survivability that you're just not going to be able to overcome it with almost any army in the game. Be'lakor with the steel chair! Steel chair memes getting around. Let's do Caribbean Blue. In honor of that last song we listened to. There's a model you can visually attach to the Angron base. That's just a Space Marine with a steel chair. If my local store, the one that I go to, wasn't like kind of leaning into store as showroom, which I'm okay with them doing it. I'm not putting it down. But if they weren't leaning into it like they are, I probably would for the frickin' Emperor's Children army I'm putting together, I probably would have done some steel chair conversions. I mean, they're supposed to be punk rockers. I feel like that's the ultimate pick for the steel chair army. Forgot about this guy's fingers. Finger holes. right, what do we want to do? I feel like we can tone some of this metal. We'll do some gemstoning. I think first up though, let me find my mid dark blue. I also pick one of my good, if I can find the green, there it is. Warpstone. I need warpstone, I need silver. Shining silver. Boop. And then we need deep blue, not ultramarine. There it is. Probably didn't need that much deep blue. The Lex Luthor, green and purple. Is that what you're referring to? Because that'd be sexy. Ulthway. Oh, Black and Bone. Are you gonna be doing the craft worlds as their craft world colors, and then just your general units are gonna be Black and Bone? Ulthway was the warp. Were they the ones that really liked? No, I don't think they were the ones that really liked the Wraith Lords. I mean, they could have them. What was the Ulthway craft world concept? Long sought, coveted, intervene in the affairs of others, blah, blah, blah. Efforts of 10,000. So they're Farseer mostly? Blue on here. I want to keep it dark. I don't want to bring it too high up. Not even at like the top end. I just kind of want to leave it pretty dark blue. I'm not gonna lie, I can't even remember what I said. I genuinely can't remember what I said. I'm trying to figure out, like, what... Because I know a lot of the Aldari factions usually kind of, like, focus on specific units or strategies. I'm trying to remember if... I don't think the Ulthwé were big on Wraith Lords and stuff. Were they just mostly Farseers? I'm trying to remember. I mean, it's not like it matters. You can paint them however you want and run whatever you want. Paint scheme's great. Black and Bone, always a good idea. Highly suggest picking up Skeletal Horde Speed Paint. It's a great way to get a good bone color out of either white or a base of like pallid bone. My Aldari color scheme was actually built around the fact that I had a airbrush. Are they out here? I didn't bring them out here, did I? I call it the Solar Burst. It's basically, the way I did it was I primed them white, and then I kind of took, it first started with me using a speed paint. That when you apply it, the more you apply in certain areas, it goes from yellow to orange. And I would just apply minimal at their upper body and then maximum at their hands and legs, which meant the middle part of their body was, like their heads and their middle part were bright yellow, which I even pushed. I actually went back in with Moon Dust Yellow, which is a very low saturation yellow. So it was like a really bright white yellow. And then I would apply, it would go orange, basically, at their lower end, and then I would apply Cassandara shade to that, so it would pull it red. So it was Solar Burst. Their whole armor was just bright yellow at the outer limbs, which I liked. That was that was the way I loved approaching them. Because it was kind of basic. It didn't really require a lot of work. All right, let me pre-gemstone some stuff. I do not follow the standard method of painting it dark and then doing crescent moons at slightly brighter colors. I get it. Believe me, I get it. I like how that style of gemstone looks. I just prefer this method because I am a lazy SOB. This is the old method, or not old school, but less aggressive method. You apply a silver onto every gemstone you're gonna paint, and then you basically apply what is ostensibly a sort of like an Ard coat with a color. They come pre-mixed through Games Workshop with things like Waystone and Soulstone and one other. But it's pretty much a candy coating that's tinted, is the best way I can put it. Alright, so he has a gemstone. I'm going to keep them split up so I know which ones are which. Not all of them have gemstones. And the silver plays into it by being a hyper-reflective undercolor, so it actually pushes light back through what you're painting, which is kind of the premise behind my contrast over metal idea. It's just that it reflects through low opacity, which means it actually kind of changes its tint and it looks very much like a real gemstone. which I think is good. It's pretty pog. And we're going to go Waystone with these because it's green, which is a color I only kind of used in the glowing mouth. So it should stand out on their jewelry a little bit, hopefully. Yeah, a lot of what I do is like an in-person thing. Like, I was so happy with the results of painting my buddy's Grey Knight kill team. I was so happy. I saw it and I was just like, oh my god, this works so well. The way the shifter worked to make the armor feel magical, oh, it's perfect. So happy with it, and then I saw it on camera, and you couldn't tell. It just looked like platinum. Made me so sad. Speaking of which, we were gonna do this. No, that's Soulstone. Where's Acerman? Acerman! Yeah, it's good. I did a teal contrast over silver for my intercessor team because it made them look kind of like Alpha Legion a little bit. So here's the thing. Black and Bone's great, but the concept that everyone kind of struggles with is how do you make your black not look boring? Because, I mean, it's black, right? Like, what are you going to do? Something I like to do is to start my black as kind of a super dark blue. You can kind of do a couple things in that direction. You can either do black and then edge highlight blue, which is what I guess you're thinking of doing. But like the beaks we did on these guys is Leviathan blue contrast, because if you apply a lot of it, it's actually very dark. And what I ended up doing with my Chaos Cultists for their armor is instead of doing black leather, which is what everyone's like, yeah, just do black leather, just make it black. You know, maybe edge highlight it gray or something. I don't know. I just did Leviathan Blue over them. And it gave sort of the dark black feeling of leather, this like blue tint, which worked really well. But you can always do black as the base and then just manually edge highlight with a pretty dark blue. Just go from there. Ink does good things. I actually run some ink. I don't often do ink. At the very least, when I OSL, I use white ink as kind of the base. Like I use Liquitex white ink to bring the area back to white so that the OSL hits harder. But I have done some cool things with ink. I think ink has probably one of the best bronzes that I've seen. Like, I know a lot of people try to do, like, brass and bronze and stuff, but when I did my Death Guard, I wanted them to feel like brass statues. Like, with oxidization and everything. So, the base colors for my Death Guard started as brass from ink. And then I actually did a dark green from ink, and then I did a light green from ink. So my Death Guard models are pretty much almost bulk ink as their like base colors, which is nice. It just looks really good. Very vibrant. You can achieve some great stuff with ink colors. And I've seen people show off how to do like fun power weapon stuff with ink. Like, where is it? If you have an airbrush to apply, friggin' vivid lime green. If you're not looking for what I'm doing here with fluorescent colors, if you just want like a beautifully bright green, this is it. This is insane. It feels almost radioactive when you look at it. They were selling some Turbo Dork at the convention I went to. Too Many Games. There was actually a booth there that was selling Pro Acryl in boxes and Turbo Dork, which there's not enough of locally to me. We have Army Painter. That's a big one local. And we have the basic Citadels, and one store has a lot of Vallejo, which I like. Vallejo is pretty cool with some of their paints. But that's like the limit to what local stores were cool with. I think I've seen Too Thin Coats, the Duncan Rhodes stuff, at one store, but like it wasn't a lot of it. Oh, we found it. The one model that has no gems. Oh wait, no, here we are. You can put a gem here. Doesn't feel left out. So we did the hornwork, the gemstones. I think at that point it's stuff with that dagger and the banner. And then we just put the basing material on and these guys are done. So both the standard units will be done and then we just have to really, we really have to hone in. Must apply goo. There's almost a mastery to the application of this kind of paint because you have to sort of like pool it in some areas to give it a bit more of like a darker feel. But yeah, if your wife's looking into playing Aldari and wants to do like gemstones without, you know, taking years, the method of a bright silver with one of these types of paints over top of it saves a lot of time and looks pretty good. I find that applying it through stippling tends to be a good option. Let me try to show it to you guys. So yeah, on his wrist. It's basically just a candy coating. It's Ardcoat, which is it's like a gloss, right? It's like a gloss varnish, like a thick gloss varnish. Thick. And then it's toned. So when it dries, the toning, of course, has the undersilver pushing the light back through. And then it pushes it through the tone. And then, because it dries with a gloss, there's a shine to it. So you'll have like hits of stone reflection, kind of like a gemstone reflection. Which is really nice. It's nice. And if you don't like the colors that they sell, the Soulstone, Waystone, and all that, it's like green, red, blue. And you think like, oh, it'd be cool if I could get this other color. The way you do it is just to buy a bottle of Ardcoat and then mix the pigment you want for your gemstone into that bottle to the amount that you think is good. That's literally just how you do it. You just Ardcoat, mix the pigment. This is a baseball song. My headphones aren't on my head. I don't know what you guys are listening to right now. But I heard the sound of a sort of baseball organ. Okay, no. It's great on Custodes. I painted my buddy's Custodes kill team, and that's what I did. I used the gemstoning this way. Made it so easy. Oh, there it is. It's like lounge music. I put the headphones on and I didn't hear the organ anymore. I was like, what's happening? No. Am I having a stroke? I think I might multi-gem this one. Waystone's fine for like general small gems, but this is kind of like a larger component. So we can hit it with the Waystone. At first. But in an effort to give it a little bit of difference, gotta get it to stick. There we go. Let's grab the other ones. Something I've liked, a method of applying interesting, like, visual aesthetic stuff. Where's the... To try to create, like, energy fields and stuff is to get, like, a really nice tinted metal, like a blue or a green tinted metal. All right, Soulstone. Where's the other one? It's the red one. Spirit Stone, we got them. To edge highlight with metallic, basically. That way you don't kind of overcoat the whole thing you're working on with like a weird metal, but it still gives it like a visual interest based on lighting. In my opinion, what could be cool is to get a shifter paint. Which maybe, I know TurboDork has a bunch of shifter paints. I just can't remember if they're called like Hollowfield or something. I don't know. I use Vallejo shifters. You can kind of see it on these models. You see that like yellow and then blue from different angles. You edge highlight with that. It's a little difficult because you can't quite see where you hit with the edge highlights at first. Ugh. But I think it looks really nice because when you look at it in light, the edge highlight changes color, which is not common. If you use shifter paint, starting an object in black, you want to go a glossy black if possible. it looks so good because gloss pulls the shifter color like even harder in the directions of the coloring that it's supposed to be. This is a servo on. There you go, that's all 3 gems. That's your gemstoning. Yeah, I've got like 5 Vallejo shifters, which are really good. I'm gonna move this over here because this is like one of the few models that's gonna have more visual aesthetic stuff added to it. What up, Meep Meep? I'm gonna be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. BRB. Do 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 do. Oh, dude. I don't have representation for shifter over gloss, but believe me, it is the best thing ever. It's so good looking. I only use it on like more flat colors because I don't want it to be like overpowering. But I know I saw a picture or a video. It's one of the models from AOS where it's like a person on the back of a beetle. Let me get this focused up for you guys. There you go. It's a person on the back of a beetle and they just painted the beetle black and then hit it with a shifter. Like they did it glossy black, hit it with a shifter. And it looks so stupidly good. It is so bright. And basically the way it works is it's kind of dark in like the under areas, but when you look at it dead on, it gives you both of the shifter colors as like the only colors, right? So if you hit it with like a, let's say this one. So the general color will be like a yellow or that maybe, I don't know. And then any of the highlights is the other color. And that's just how it works on gloss. Which makes it just look generally so good. I don't know, who have we already done? Where have I been putting them? This one's done. That one's done. This one's done. I think I wanted to redo his dagger. Maybe. There's a little bit more I want to do with the dagger. This one's got the 1 gem. definitely view this as a chill song. Literally, I told YouTube, no lyrics, chill. That's it. I put nothing else in. That's all I wanted. So now we're sitting here listening to Creepy Music Box. No. Okay. Might do a little toning to that as well. Ah. Touched it too soon. Anyone else hoping that there's going to be a bit of representation of the Tzeentch demons in the new Space Marine game, or is it just me? Because I know Thousand Suns are part of it, which that's already pretty pog for me. I love that. But it does look like at some point you travel potentially into a warp-ridden zone. I'm kind of hoping that you might fight like hordes of demons. feel like if they don't do a Lord of Change at some point, even if they go nuts and actually drop Kairos in the game, it's like, oh yeah, you casually fight Kairos. Have fun with it. Oh, that's cool. I do kind of hope that they represent like warp interaction with reality in good ways, though. Like more than just simple, you know, oh, it's a demon situation, but more like twisting of reality around you. Like, what does the shadow of the warp look like? Do the floors start to like bubble and look weird? Colors are no longer visible in certain ways that we normally expect. Like, just something crazy, something weird. All right, let's see. Snakebite? Where's Snakebite? Let's get some gold toning. Pull it in some different directions with Snakebite. So there's at least some variance. Because Bolt Gun has a lot of like demons in it. They use a lot of the demons in Bolt Gun, and in cool ways too. Like the pink horrors and blue horrors actually do split when you kill them, or at least the blue horrors. I can't remember if there were pinks. Pretty sure there's pinks. Yeah, I think it's pink horrors split into blues. And then when the blues split, they just turn into like flame that vanishes, which I don't understand. I guess they just didn't want you to have to keep killing things over and over and over again. That do be the Lord of Change, though. I mean, that feels very chaosy. You get hit with that warp psychic damage by looking at stuff. So I think that was the voice actor for him, for the character in Bolt Gun that you play. He's done a lot of cool things that like I've actually seen and watched and thought was awesome. He did Midnight Mass. I think he was one of the, I think, what was it? He was the mortician, or he was something in iZombie. I'm pretty sure. That was like, I think the first place I saw him in something. Because I was trying to figure out of nowhere, Tabletop Tactics did a video with him in it. And I was like, oh my God, what? I had no clue why they were doing it until I remembered that Bolt Gun, he was the voice actor. I was like, oh yeah. This is awesome. This is great. I mean, it was a little cringy because it was, we teach this guy how to play Warhammer. Which is a little weird. But it was kind of cool. It wasn't super bad. I think it was like a 2-episode thing because they did. I want to say they showed him how to paint, and then they had him play a test game with someone else who was also learning how to play. Yeah, dude. Stream? Yeah, I think I built these guys on stream. So yeah, you're getting everything. Actually, no. With these guys, I actually painted them off stream, but you have seen some stuff completely on stream. I know I did a video talking about my Castigator conversion and showing off some elements of that, but the Castigator conversion I actually did on stream. Like, the whole complete journey for the Castigator is on here. It's in my VODs. The Defiler conversion we recently finished. I'm pretty sure I did it almost entirely on stream. Like, this guy's on stream. I recorded most of it, so I'll probably put out a video eventually. I think Vashdor was done entirely on stream. Yeah. You can check the VODs. Hopefully, once I get more time to edit stuff, I'll be able to do like collected videos where I do like a shortened video down where I talk specifically about all the little things we did and methodologies and everything. So in a more easily consumable manner. But yeah, I've got all the live VODs. I try to remember that I need to post them after we're done. I usually let them render so they can get to the HD version, and then I just post them up. So they usually come out a couple days after we do stuff. But yeah, you can check a ton of it out. Most of them have what we're doing as some element of the cover, so you can kind of know what we're working on. There was a chunk of time there where we did a bunch of my Underworlds teams, and we did those, I think, front to back on stream. I love those. Those are all over the place, man. Like, visually speaking, you get a lot of oddity out of all of the Underworlds teams I worked on. Just get that there. And then we just have to do the pole in a different color. And then our pink horrors are done for their base colors. We'll add, I think I'll do the basing on all of the normal stuff. We might even do the basing, oh God, hang on. We might even do the basing on my main character, but we got a lot to do on the main character. Oh dude, I did the GSC build on stream. I didn't paint them on stream. I painted them at my friend's house. I went to my friend's house and I sped through and painted like 10 squads in a day. Where? Let me make sure this is clipped into my pocket. We do weird stuff on stream occasionally. Like, I've built my carrying cases that I have for my armies on stream. So you can kind of see, if you're interested in the idea of getting a carrying case, you can check out the carrying cases I've purchased from Etsy, which are actually really, really good. I like them. But yeah, we painted like all of these guys on stream. So you have my OSL Skaven. Those are on stream. You have my fruit roll up frickin' Night Haunt. We did these guys on stream. Yeah. My Blacklight reactive, but mostly just interesting looking Mollog's Maw. I love Mollog's. I did a lot of like airbrush effects to try to like base the flesh tones and stuff. I love that friggin' frog in his hand that he crushed. And then the mushrooms are all fluorescent, which I thought was cool. And then we did some of these guys. Little gits. Can't remember how we did these. I think these were the test for pre-shading. I actually loved how the pre-shading worked with these. It came out real well on these guys. And then we did a little OSL on this one. Where there was like fire and light, we did OSL. Like this guy. With his little fire at his feet. This guy with the fire on his back and his torch in his hand. These were the ones that I've done the method a couple times since, because I do like it. We use a lot of contrast on channel, and this actually kind of works with glazing as well. What I do is I pre-apply, let me put the little blockers in. I pre-apply color that I want for the shadows. Like if you want a cooler shadow, you apply a blue all over on top of a white primer. If you want a warmer shadow, you can do a red, magenta maybe, something like that. And then you zenithal all of it in white. And then when you apply the contrast to it, what'll happen is that the blue shadowy areas will pull the contrast into a cooler area. That way, what you're looking at feels kind of like, more of like a pre-paint type situation, where all the shadows just have that element of like, oh, that's that just feels like a different color. Like you went in and you actually figured out the color scheme you wanted from start to finish that involved the shadows feeling a certain way. And it's like, nope, I did not do that at all. All I knew is I wanted cooler shadows, so I just pre-painted blue. And then let the blue exist as like a zenithal painting situation. Move this over a little. Yeah, I have a couple hobby videos, but I mostly do like rules overviews, strategies, balance information. I want to do kind of everything, which I know negatively impacts YouTube algorithm stuff, because like if people come to my channel, they come to it for a specific reason. Either I'm playing games, or I'm doing hobby, or like it's never like a universal thing. But I still think kind of reaching across the aisle and being like, hey everyone, you can watch me play games, you can watch me talk about strategy, talk about tactics, do some faction overviews based on the factions I play. Maybe do some overviews with my buddies who play other factions. Just give like a good spread of options of things to watch. I think it could work. Maybe. I don't know, it might not work. We'll find out. I mean, I was kind of figuring we could do something cool like a Wrath and Glory campaign or something. Because the more I look around on YouTube, the more I realize I don't need to overthink some things. I kind of want to in some regard with my channel, with like the animations and skits and stuff. But like Tales of the Stinky Dragon was a great show, and the bulk of the show is just there's a way to rig things up so that audio triggers certain like character, I guess, portraits to light up. VTubers use this a lot. And it's just what they do. Like when they're playing it over Discord, or if they play it locally, they kind of have multiple audio sources being recorded. There we go. Nice black pillar. I don't know. I picked it up and I was reading through it and I was like, ooh, a new rule set. Let me not read this because we're trying to learn a ton of other stuff right now. And if I read this, it's going to knock some stuff out of my brain. I just know it will. All right, we need coarse pumice stone, which I might actually need to go buy more of because I don't know how much left we have. Coarse pumice. I thought I bought more, though. Oh, yeah, we're good. I found it. Behold, coarse pumice. Because it's a D&D system, or I don't want to say D&D, it's a TTRPG system. And when you, oh god. And when you run a TTRPG, they work in specific ways, right? Like, you kind of have to focus in on certain elements of how the game plays out, how all the situations are supposed to play out. It's not like simplified, kind of like playing the actual tabletop game, where it's, oh, my armies are here, we set up this way, everything works kind of this way, and here we go, let's roll some dice. You don't actually get that in TTRPGs. You kind of have to have your own vocabulary built up for kind of the universe, the lore, what could happen, and then figure out what the system itself allows you to do. And work from there. Texture paste. So delicious. Do not eat. Do not eat texture paste. Do not do it. Weirdly, this is not sticking to the surface. Probably because this is the old coarse pumice stone that I used to use. It's coming to the end of its life cycle. I don't like it when you're applying it and you're like, this is great. And then every time you pick the frickin' putty knife up, it pulls like half of what you put down back up with it. That's not what you want. No, yeah. Finding time is a huge problem. I've talked about it before. I think you were here when I talked about it. I can't remember. It's been forever. We have a buddy who was getting really into the idea of doing like a Discord run D&D campaign. And he was running us through the numbers of like, these are the factions, these are the races, you got to start thinking of your class. And I'm going to pull it together and it's going to be great. Because he's a buddy of ours who moved West Coast, and most of us are still East Coast. And he kind of wants to do stuff with us. So, like, he usually plays video games sometimes, or he used to. And then he became a dad, and kind of like the core of everything was like, oh, we'll still do stuff. And it's like, dude, you have a kid. At this point, we're just saying our goodbyes. He's like, nah, we'll do stuff. I'll play video games. I have not heard from this man in like half a year now. I haven't seen him on Steam, I think. Like, I usually see him on Steam, and I can kind of like toss him and be like, yo, what up? You alive, bro? I haven't even seen him on Steam. I have no idea what's going on with him. He just vanished. Fully vanished. Talked to us about a DDR or a freaking D&D campaign. I told him about like some Warhammer stuff. I was like, oh, there's Warhammer stuff too. And he's like, oh, that's cool. We might actually, I'll think about it. We'll probably do that one. I don't know. I was like, yeah, this will be great, right? We'll see, bro. Talk to you soon. And then he was like, yep. And then that was it. Haven't heard from him in like a year. He was getting really into it too. He was looking at the tools for rolling on Discord. Like he was looking into modifications and bots and stuff we could use. Where when something happens, we can like track our stats and stuff on Discord in like an Excel spreadsheet or something. There's all kinds of cool shenanigans. I keep looking up at all of the tanks that are sitting on the back of my art table that I just finished varnishing. And I keep reminding myself that I just finished my Soulforge army, and I'm so happy. Soulforge done! Now to learn it. Because I hear it does really well. It's very difficult to outshoot a Soulforged army, even as like heavy shooty armies like Tau and stuff. For some reason, Soulforged still is just so good at shooting. And they have incredible levels of mobility. Like, I'm so excited to figure it out. Because I think the core thing I need to figure out is how to make Mauler Fiends work. Because everyone keeps saying that Mauler Fiends are key to that army. And every Mauler Fiend I've ever run just dies. Turn 2. Just does not live. The one time I actually managed to get a Mauler Fiend into combat because I decided to do it, it did nothing. I put it into combat with Wraithguard, which I think that was the problem. I sent it into combat with Wraithguard, I rolled everything out, he used his agility function to make me hit less. And I did enough wounds to like kill one, and he had a Spirit Seer, so he resurrected it. That's kind of the thing I need to focus on in 40k, is figuring out threat levels and how much I need to put into combat with things in order to kill it. Because the way my brain works with the math is I always try to like get close to the wound count, and I'm like, that'll be all. That's all I need. And I just, oh, it never works. It's like, oh, that thing has 10 wounds total. Let me put like 11 wounds into it just to be sure, right? Let me attack it with 11 wounds total of attacks. And it's like, why am I doing this? Dude, if that is 10 wounds, you're going to need to put like 40 wounds into it to kill it on average. Like, if you need it dead, you need to overkill it. So I've been watching the anime about the guy who mastered how to parry stuff. I don't know how much longer the gag of I'm pretty weak, even though I've been defeating things that can kill armies. I don't know how much farther they can go with this gag. Like, I thought the gag was going to break in the last episode when they killed a goblin emperor. And the person he killed it with knows it's a goblin emperor. She knows that it's an extremely powerful monster that they really shouldn't have been able to kill together. Oh, dude, quick cards are becoming so good for this type of game. I have the quick cards for pretty much everything I play. It is difficult, but I like being able to quick reference. I don't want to rely on it. I do want to get to the point where I know strengths and stuff, but I've also been watching tournaments through different means, usually like War Games Live or something, where people who are professional at the game, they don't know their rules. Like, there was the whole thing with, I think, what was it, Tacoma? Where the guy who won came forward and was like, I'm giving up my victory to this guy over here. Because he, like, looked back at all the games he played and realized, you know, like, he told someone the wrong toughness. He claimed his toughness was higher than it should have been. He told someone the wrong strength on the weapons. Like, he just got so much stuff wrong. And he took the victory, and he's been playing the game for a very long time. So, like, it's just one of those really weird situations where it's just going to happen. I kind of remember some stuff. Like, I'm getting better at that, but there's still things where I'm like, I wonder if it's 5 attacks or 6. Like, I can tell you offhand that Venom Crawlers, their ranged attacks are 6, so are their melee attacks. Because they're very close in statistics. They get 2 different guns for ranged, and they get 1 thing for melee. So 12 attacks total ranged, 6 attacks total melee. I can also tell you that I'm pretty sure that the rules for how they gain attacks is just that they have to kill things. I think it's like once per phase, or that's where I get a little iffy, if it's once per phase or once per round. I think it might be once per phase. They have to kill an entire unit. I also rewatched Kaiju number 8 again. I'm glad that show got a 2nd season. It's like Fire Force. It was good. It had a good story, good build-up, good concepts. I know season 2 is going to lean into shonen, though. They're going to get really shonen on us. I'm going to hate it. Once it gets into the cyclical, oh, here's the new villain of the arc. You're going to find out the main character can time travel. It's like, all right, cool. Kaiju number 8 was good. The parody anime's been good, but I feel like they're not going to push. They're going to just keep the gimmick going, which I don't like. Because now he's working with a seasoned professional, like a seasoned adventurer. He's working with one who knows stuff. And, like, for some reason, not a single person's telling him that he's really freaking powerful. Goblin Slayer I do think got a second season. I think it already came and went. I'm trying to remember what it was, if it was something, or if it's still coming out. I remember they announced that the second season was coming at the end of the first season. I remember there was a movie. I'd have to check AniDB to see if it came out. I'm trying to remember if I did watch it. Can't remember. Which is not a good sign. I was pretty sure the second season was about them training. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the second season did come out. And I'm pretty sure it was them training the next generation. And it involved a character who was the sibling of one of the girls that died in the first episode. Specifically, it was the girl that he killed because she was basically, like, broken. And she asked him to kill her, basically. So he did. No, yeah, the world being... I liked the reveal that the world was a lot darker in Goblin Slayer than you'd expect, but that most of the people in it still treat it kind of like how we watch regular fantasy shows, where they're like, goblins, whatever. Let's get ready to fight a dragon or something. Goblins are for the weaklings among us to deal with. But, like, it's so much more dark and sinister. But yeah, there was a second season. I don't think the second season was as good as the first. I think this was the one... Oh, phone call. Yeah, season 2 was like setting stuff up. Hopefully there's a season 3, but it was revealing the concept that what he's been doing on the surface that feels very like focused only on goblin killing is actually impacting a lot of that world. Because they kept hinting that the hero of the world was like doing stuff fighting in sort of like the demon realm. And a lot of the times what would happen is the demons would be doing something that involves the goblins on the surface. And what ends up happening is it's always the thing that the Goblin Slayer is dealing with. So, like, the demons will start getting really strong because the goblins are performing certain, like, rituals. But then the Goblin Slayer kills them on the surface, and then it stops the strength from being a problem, and then they kill all the demons. And it's like, it's this whole thing. The synergy of it was really interesting, but, like, they never really dove into it. And then it just became a season about training new adventurers, and that was it. If I'm not mistaken, there was also the wedding in this one. The elf character. Well, they explore the elf character a little bit, because they go to her homeland, and then they fight. Like, this was the weird thing. They didn't always fight like a goblin. Goblins were involved, because I think the It was like a mythical beast from the forest that they decided to fight, and the main reason he was interested in fighting it was because there was a goblin riding it. I just remember probably one of the moments in it that kind of connected most at the time. I remember I was learning AOS, and we were referring to certain things strategically about how you should be thinking of building your teams and stuff in AOS, right? And I remember we were talking hammer and anvil as like the core strategies in tabletop games. It's hammer and anvil. You want your squad that takes forever to kill, and the squad that's really good at DPS but might be also really quick to die. And if you can utilize that well, you're going to win your games. And I remember we talked about it for like a whole day, and then the episode for Goblin Slayer came up. So I was like, all right, let me watch this. And at some point in time in the episode, they tried to strategize how to kill like Wolf Rider goblins. And one of them was like, oh, do this. And they were like, oh yeah, that'll work well because it's a good hammer and anvil strat. And I was like, what the hell? Just had that one of those, it had one of those like life imitating art moments. It's just like, huh. We're talking hammer and anvil strats. But look, nothing. Did you ever see Grimgar? It's only one season, which pisses me off more every day that I think about it. But you should watch Grimgar if you haven't watched Grimgar. Grimgar is back when isekai started really becoming a thing. Grimgar was one of the early isekai shows. It's beautifully animated. The art style in it is like a watercolor. It's so good. It's like watching a Studio Ghibli film. And it starts just in an open field in like the woods. Just an open area. And a bunch of people just all kind of like wake up all at the same time. And they're just like, what the hell's going on? What's happening? I was doing this. I got hit by a car. You know, the classic isekai approach stuff. And it's a tale of them figuring it out. Because the way the world works is kind of like a fantasy game a little bit. But whereas most isekai style games kind of lean into the whole like, oh, there's a narrator and it'll tell you about your abilities and blah, blah, blah. They don't do that in this one. Your abilities are pretty much represented by things you do, like actual stuff. So they try to survive for a little bit. They all have some gear already equipped. They find a village. The village has people who can teach them about their classes that they're playing, basically. But it's very much like just a dark tone to the world. Because, like, death is death. And some of them do die. Yeah, it's just the timing, though. Just sitting here talking about Hammer and Anvil strats in AOS, and then having a freaking anime be like, Hammer and Anvil. It's like, whoa. Because I don't hear about it, like, enough in life. Like, it's not like every day someone's like, yo, Hammer and Anvil. It's like, yeah, Hammer and Anvil. It's just randomly, the moments lined up perfectly. It was so weird. And the problem with Grimgar is it's one season, and it ends at this really big moment that's supposed to kind of play into the story later on, because I think it's based on a short story or a manga. It's one or the other. And the moment it ends on is like this big revelation moment for the character. And it's like, oh, that's cool. I can't wait to see season 2. Nope. Log Horizon gets like 3 seasons of some of the most boring isekai functions I've ever seen after season 1. Like, season 1 was cool. Season 2 got real weird. Nothing's worse than watching an anime that's describing to me, a seasoned MMO player, how MMOs work. Like, having to sit there and be like, hey, we're going to tell you what a raid is for like 2 episodes. It's like, all right, come on. A raid is where you have to pull together a bunch of Like 80% of the people in my local gaming group are military. Military or ex-military of some kind. The worst part about those Log Horizon episodes was they described the stuff. They described how raids work. They described the overall process. And then they didn't really show any of it. Instead, they were just like, and they beat the dungeon. It's like, oh my god. No. You didn't show me anything I wanted to see. Alright, let me get these guys done. I don't think... We might do the big guy. Because then they'll be dry by Monday, 100%. Which means we can get the actual basing colors done. No, yeah, it was not good. It made me so mad, because Season 1 of Log Horizon was actually really cool. The way they conceptualized the world out. And kind of the rules that were going to be built into it. Of how it worked and how it happened. Then they just kind of screwed everything up. Grimgar was good for the counterpoint. You'll get occasional animes that do really well with like showing you what you need to see and really nailing why things are what they are and how they can be horrifying and stuff. That's why I hate it when animes that are great, like, they just don't get like that season 2, and it's all money based. Like, it's all just cost versus return, which, yeah, I mean, it has to be. I'd rather the animators, you know, maintain their jobs rather than provide me season 2 of an anime that makes them no money. And then it's like, hopefully you guys liked it. We're all fired. It's like, oh no. But it's like a Horizon in the middle of nowhere. It was such a good anime. Such a fun idea. Great action. But the company also, at one point while they were making Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, they also put out like a slice of life anime, and that slice of life anime took off. Like, it blew up. So many people loved it. And it was so cheap for them to make that they were just like, all right, let's we'll do a second season of this other one and see if it takes off. If not, we're all in on this slice of life. Kaiju 8's great. I was talking about it earlier. It's good. Felt a lot like Fire Force. It's good that they got a second season. They announced that they got the second season. I'm hoping it doesn't do what most shonens do when they start getting more seasons, and that's become a shonen. The moment that they start using way too many cliches in Kaiju number 8, it's over. The pacing's so good right now. The storytelling, the character growth is so good right now in Kaiju 8 that, like, the moment they lean into the tropes more than the character building, it's over. At that point, it's just done. So hopefully the next season's really good, because they set everything up really well. Well, yeah, but there's a lot of, like, it depends on how the writing works. Anime is always weird. Because you'll get moments in anime where, like, they don't quite have the idea down yet for where they want it to go after a certain point. So you start getting, like, filler episodes, you start getting just, like, weird little things that don't really help the story growth or the character interaction. And then it just kind of, like, devolves a little bit. Like, I loved My Hero Academia until, for the longest time, it turned into, like, yet another school test where you're seeing how all the other hero schools work and they're just gonna fight each other, and it's like, all right, come on. I remember when they got their own dorms in the show and they were going from room to room looking at stuff, and it was just trope after trope after trope from shonen animes, and it was like, all right, I don't know how much longer I can watch this. And I know they have, like, really good episodes that pop up. but to get to those episodes is ridiculous. And it was the same thing with Fire Force. Fire Force did the exact same thing. Season 1 of Fire Force was so good. And then Season 2 just started, like, creating superpowers that didn't matter. Like, they're just like, oh, by the way, new superpower just dropped today. It's like, alright. You're just doing it to do it at this point. Alright, crackle paste. Where's my crackle paste? And then I gotta get moving. A lot of good distance today. Demons are almost done. We're just gonna have to detail this big guy. Just get this crackle paste down in a way that I'm happy with. Because this was gonna be a struggle a little bit. Yeah, it keeps hitting some good episodes, and it's crazy to see that they announced that there is going to be an end to it, which I do like that in anime occasionally. Once in a while, one will come out and it's decent, and they're like, guess what? There will also be an ending in this. It doesn't happen often, so you have to savor it. It tends to happen more in anime than almost anything else, though, because I feel like a lot of Western ideology to like storytelling and IP creation is built around the need to always be able to put more stuff into it, right? That way you can just perpetually, if people like the IP, you just keep putting more and more out for the IP. Just to just keep making money off of it. You never want to be like, and it's over. Because then that's it. That's the end of your money flow. But anime once in a while is just like, yeah, we'll give you 2 seasons, and then we'll give you an actual ending. It's like, oh, all right. It's almost refreshing. One of my favorite animes that did that was Gun X Sword. Gun X Sword was just like, and the end. And it felt perfect, too. The ending was great. Gurren Lagann did it. Do mostly crackle paste up the mid, I think. Let's branch some of it off towards the front. And then we switch over to coarse pumice. Get some blending going. It really is just like icing a cake. I love it. Oh, you're talking about the most common romance trope in all of anime and manga and everything. Because that's the only way you can keep those stories going. I think there's no worse anime trope than oblivious friggin' relationship people. Like, just like having an oblivious relationship set up in your anime story is probably one of the most egregious tropes. It's actually the worst. Because at some point you stop. You just stop rooting for anyone involved. You're just like, look, I don't care anymore. You've gone well past my state of giving a crap. We are now firmly in the realm of I want it to stop. And either you, the writer, are going to stop it, or I'm going to stop it for you. There was a... God, what was the anime? Because if you're into romance anime, maybe, or manga, maybe you've seen this anime. If I say the name Tenmari Taiga, do you know the anime name? I think it's Taiga Asaki, or Asaka. Toradora, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this should be it. Do you know Toradora? Toradora hit me with the ultimate, like, will they, won't they twist. Of just, like, there's an episode where they're like, look, you two are in love, stop fucking around. And it's like, whoa. Whoa. And they both kind of stopped and were like, oh. It was the revelation that was like perfect in the whole series. Because even up till that moment, they were both kind of like, hey, let's keep working towards, you know, declaring our love to these other people who don't even know we exist. And then their friends are like, stop it. So good. It was the perfect moment. And then the last like 3 episodes are them just immediately like, well, I guess we have to figure it out, huh? some of this pushed down a little bit. Clean the brush off when I'm done. All right. His base will be done and dried by Monday, which means we can finish him out with all of his details around that time. The rest of the squads will be done by Monday, definitely. So we'll do stuff Monday. Worst case scenario, if there's not a lot here for me to finish on Monday, what we'll do is I do have that kill team, the breachers, that we need to work on here in a second. So, yeah. So we can work on the breachers. Yeah, she was really small. Really tiny. And really loud. I think she punched someone in the face for, like, I think the thing that triggered the understanding that the two lead characters were actually in love with each other was, I think, one of the female characters made fun of him and she, like, punched her in the face. Like, she just walked over and just full on decked her. Yep, red uniform. But yeah, these guys are almost done. I gotta get moving. I gotta help get some stuff around. Yeah, that was a good one for romance animes. And then technically not another teenage rom-com, or not another high school rom-com was also really good. I wouldn't call it romance though. It was like a whole other weird thing. But yep, Soulforge, done. Varnish, done. Demons, almost done. We are so close to not having projects anymore. I mean, I say that, but I've got terrain to paint. I've got 2 Underworlds teams we can paint still. I've got the Breachers we'll paint. I have 2 Gene Stealer squads that need to be painted and a Neophyte squad that needs to be built. My local store has another Gene Stealer box, which I might pick up before we paint the Gene Stealers, because having 3 full-size squads of Pure Strain Gene Stealers might actually be really good for the detachment I'm running. Because holy crap, those things are scary powerful. So we'll see. Thanks for hanging out. I got to get ready for the Spearhead game tomorrow. It's good. Good chilling people. Good talking about stuff. Don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed, although I imagine most of you are. And linked below is a Discord. If you're not part of it, you can join up. We'll say hi. We'll hang out. We talk about projects we're working on, answer questions on rules, you know, just general stuff. Let me check out this store announcement real quick. Oh, they just posted the picture of their Gundam wall that they just restocked, apparently, today. Sounds good. Yep, till next time, guys. Later.